Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Coffee. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation.
Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. In a world of fun and fantasy and ever-changing views and computer terminology, Commodore is news. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? 'Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you.
Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. And yes, are you keeping up with the Commodore? Because the Commodore is keeping up with you. All right, let's see if I can keep up with everyone in the chat. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have Thomas Armstrong, I believe. Hi, Thomas. We have Foxhound 477. Hi, Foxhound. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. Oh, no, I'm not sleeping yet. We have K-Mac Vintage. Hi, Will. Ooh. All right, well, stay safe. Will's doing hurricane prep. We got Jesse, I8386SX. Wow, 7 p.m. Central Sharp. Yes. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hi, Jeremy. Hello, all just on time. Well, that all falls under just in time. I guarantee. We have Francois. Yes. Oh. Yep. I think I got everyone. Yes, you got Commodored. All right. So we have the eBay Go carryover because the regret meter is still feeling a bit low, so the link is in the description. Hi, Eric. We have Eric's Edge. Yes. And speaking of the eBay regrets, as much as I wish I could say my webcam was one, no, it came from Amazon. We have on the bench today's entry for Wheel of Regrets. We have this. K-Mac says, I hope my Mac room repair area survives. Well, we all hope so. But we have this rather generic looking box here. This did come from an eBay seller. And it's time to open it because it came yesterday. Also, the eBay seller that had sent me the wrong item completely, that wasn't even a tech item. Apparently they were back from vacation and I got a tracking number this morning. So hopefully I will get the correct item soon. But we have in the box kind of wish, oh, well, that's kind of going to give it away because there's like a layer of bubble wrap in the box. We have a boxed game for the VIC-20. I do not believe it's new in box, but it is in box. And that kind of led me to maybe paying a bit more than I would have otherwise. Because I kind of thought that maybe if it had the box with it, it was owned by someone that took care of it. Theoretically. Let's see. Jeremy is still looking for a home for one prototype set of PCBs for the PET ITX project. Can ship it out tomorrow. All right, we have the smash hit Valley Midway arcade game, Omega Race. All right, well, the box is kind of in rough shape. And it looks like someone paid... I bet this was marked down to $2.99, or it came from a thrift store for $2.99. Yes. Plugs directly into your VIC-20. No accessories required. All right. Let's see what we got in here. We should have... Ah, yes. We have the instructions. And if I can figure out how in the world the box works... Oh. Probably the box works by opening the top of it. There we go. We have Omega Race. Look at that. Will says it was one of my first VIC-20 games. Yeah, probably $2.99. I don't know if that was like clearance originally or at a thrift shop much later. All right, so the contacts are going to need a little bit of a clean here because they kind of look a bit grimy. Although nothing too bad, so it doesn't look like anyone blew into the cartridge like a NES. Which, by the way, the NES instructions clearly tell you not to do that. But that also goes to show that clearly no one read the directions. Anyways, yeah, that's Wheel of Regrets. A box copy of Omega Race with the instructions, possibly still sealed, and the cartridge, and it's in good shape. Just needs the cartridges clean. So, in fact, actually, we'll why don't we just go ahead and take that screw out. And let's see here. Oh, I bet these cartridges snap together. Oh, of course. Of course they would snap together. All right, actually, on second thought, we're going to put the screw, we're going to undo removing the screw. And then I'm just going to clean the contacts with the board in it. All right. So I'm going to get an eraser. For this one side here. Other side looks fairly respectable. I guess I can run an eraser on it here real quick. Why am I doing this? Well, because actually I thought I would try the cartridge in the VIC-20 because that could be telling as to what's going on. All right. Now, let's see, that's deoxit fader. That's deoxit fader. You know, I believe I am out of deoxit gold, so I guess won't be using deoxit gold. Yeah, alright. Well, I guess next time I'm near a micro center, I guess I'll have to get some deoxit gold. Alright, well, we will instead spray the contact cleaner, and then we will take the VIC-20, which is like very conveniently located beside me, because I realized that, maybe I should set it to the side. Alright, let's set the keyboard to the side. And we will use the cartridge slot as a oh, there we go. Should be right there. There we go. And now, to make sure there's no metal pieces on my anti-static mat, because I took some time to put the rest of the capacitors on the Apple II clone board so I could take photos of it. If you looked at my thumbnails, you might have noticed that I did manage to update a few of them. I had started working on the Apple II clone board before realizing that I should have taken a picture of it in its original, very awful eBay original condition. So I had to put the rest of the caps in to kind of make it look like the board and put the original ROMs in and everything. Anyways, we have the VIC-20. We've got Omega Race. We have a composite cable. We have power. All right. Will we have plays great games under $300, as William Shatner promised before I was born, I believe. Or maybe right after I was born. I don't know. Well, Hi, Trina, welcome! Yeah, we've got, compelling graphics. So, whatever is causing that problem, I mean, it could be the All right, let's see if I can replicate what we were seeing last week without the cartridge in. I suspect my cartridge works. All right. It's actually a bit worse this week. Oh, hey, Got Bomb, welcome. Yeah, all right. Yeah, we have a bit of a regression because the text looks even more corrupted this week. All right, well, let's fire up the oscilloscope and see if we can't find the cause of the problem. All right, let's see here. I think a good ground surface is probably going to be the metal can around the RF shield. Yes, Gutbomb has realized I picked up Omega Race. And we have Joe from Joe's Computer Museum, and he's late tonight. That's okay, Joe. Maybe someday I'll be able to tell you all to go to JCM-1 for all your Commodore needs. But at the moment, I mean, you could pick up an 8-bits are all you need t-shirt or coffee mug, and it's got the 6502 on it, like the Apple. And I believe it might be Joe's birthday today, so everyone wish Joe a happy birthday. And let's see what we got here on the computer. All right, so I'm just going to start checking things. Okay, let me look at the pinout, because Capcom says the VIC version of Omega Race is better than the C64 version. Well, that's good, because William Shatner told me that this thing plays great games. I mean, he didn't, like, personally call me, but he told me. All right, let's see if I can find the... Oh, I guess I closed the browser tab that had that pinout. 6502 pinout. All right. Let's go to phase 2 out so I can have something to auto set to. All right, there we go. Should be 2 volts per division. That's pretty good. 400 nanoseconds. Time base. Yeah, we'll go to 1 microsecond there. All right. So it looks like we got a nice phase 2 out. And then, I mean, phase 0 in. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to be bad, but this just helps me calibrate pins. All right, because then we have 2 no connects. And then the read-write line. So it looks like we are reading and writing. All right, so this should be data line 0. Okay, it's at 4 volts. That's okay. Data line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let me change my time scale here. Okay, it might be my imagination, but that data line looks a bit different than the rest. So I'm going to keep that in mind. I think that's data line 5, 6, and I think that's 7. And then that's going to be address line, I think 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Oh, no, that's ground. All right. Yeah, clock looks good. All right, so let's see here. So this should be 11. Just line 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Okay, so I didn't really see any address line that I had trouble with. All right, so this should be VCC. Okay, not surprising. That's right about 5 volts. All right, so this is the sync pin. Okay, I think that's right. Let's see. That should be non-maskable interrupt, which is active low, so that is going to be correct. Skip a no connect to IRQ, which is active low, so okay, doesn't look like. Let's see. This should be phase 1 out, which looks good. And ready. Okay. I guess the only thing I'm kind of a bit concerned about, some of those data lines look a bit sloppy. So let me come, let's see, is 12, 13, 14, 15. That's data line 7. Let me. Okay, that does look a little bit odd, but. See, 6, 5, 4. So let's compare that to 3 through 0. So there's 3. 2. Maybe that isn't that different. 1, 0. Okay, so I think the CPU okay, I don't see anything on the CPU that looks like. Joe thinks the issue is with the video chip's connection to the memory bus. Yes. I was kind of thinking that as well, Joe, which is why the next pinout I was going to look up after confirming we had good clocks and we at least had activity was the 74LS 245s. Because we're going to work our way towards the VIC chip. There are 3 of these 74LS 245s. 2 of them are Moss branded, which probably just set off alarm bells in Joe's head. And one of them is actually Mitsubishi. I don't know which 245 does what, so we're just going to kind of quickly go through all 3 of them. Starting with the, Joe says someone's been in here before. Yes, there is rework on the bottom of the board. So, let's take a look on the oscilloscope. A1. Yeah, some of those low-level signals aren't looking that hot. A2. A3. A4. A5. A6. A7. A8. And that's going to be ground. All right, and let's see here. This is going to be VCC, which should be 5 volts. Yep. All right, so this should be the enable pin. Okay, well, that's still at TTL level. And, okay, oh, this is B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, and B8. It looks like everything on the B side of UF8 chip is at TTL level, but some of those peaks don't look too hot there. Hey, Rudy, welcome. So that is on UF8 on the A side of the chip. And I'm going to pull up the schematic here because I don't like the way that looks. But that's not necessarily to say that this MOS Technologies chip is bad. No, I mean, this MOS Technologies chip could be perfectly fine. But let's take a look at what that is on the schematic. Well, actually, I could look at these other three here real quick. All right, so this is going to be the one at UE8. So that should be direction, which unlike this first one, it looks like it's transceiving. The second one here, it looks like we're not, it's just steady state. Let me look at the direction pin on the third one. Oh, okay. So this one at UF8 is the only one that's being changed directions. Joe's Computer Museum narrator. The chip was not fine. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that chip looks a bit suspect. All right, so I'm going to go through these other transceivers here real quick. So that's the A side, A1, A2, A1. Oh, I had the wrong. A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8. Well, that side of that one looks pretty good. Joe's Computer Museum says, so what's the over-under on those MOS RAM chips being bad? I think the over-under would be a bet that a bookie's not going to take. All right, that's going to be the VCC on the second transceiver. Yeah, this side of this transceiver looks decent. Well, actually, that. I'll look at what these. Oh, okay, that. I think this transceiver might have a mix of signals on it. All right, and then this other one here, which definitely has had some rework on it. Let me go through it real quick. I'll have to look on the data sheet what direction means. Okay, so that's the A side of that last transceiver. And then this is the B side. All right, whatever's on that last transceiver, I think is going to be my first check. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh, I just saw eBay regret. Oh, let's see here. Hi, Scarlett. Welcome. Got Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda. We have Frank S says, I just bought an oscilloscope on eBay. It arrived and I hit the power button. The screen flickered for a second and then it just stopped. No power lights or fan. Ooh. Yeah, sounds like an eBay regret to me, too. Jesse's trying to find a good place to set up my image writer, too. Awesome. Frank S offered money back if I want to try and fix it. He thought power supply, or he said he would refund. Oh, hi, Sorcerer Stan. Welcome. And Sadmac. Hi, Sadmac. All right, so let's take a look here and see what this transceiver does. Actually, first, let me just make sure there's no, like, now that this has been on for a couple minutes, let me make sure we don't have any chips that are, like, blazing hot. Of course, the MOS chip is warm. All right. Let me pull up the schematic. I think I've... Oh, that's the Apple II circuit description. Can you tell I've been working on Apple II stuff as well? Probably could if you saw everything I have open. Let's see here. Do I still have the VIC-20 schematics or Zimmers? No, I do not still have Zimmers. Okay. Zimmers.net. Let's see here. Zimmers. All right. Commodore. 8-bit files area. VIC-20. Schematics. All right, I believe this is going to be revision D. Assembly model 251. Where's the assembly model on the board? It is... Oh, there it is. It is at a spot of the board that cannot read it. Hold, please. All right, let's see here. It is assembly number 324003. All right. 324003. Wait, that doesn't match any of these. CR Rev B. Oh, probably these three diagrams. Oh, hey Garth, welcome. Yes, trying to pull up the correct schematics so I can figure out what this one transceiver goes to. And it looks like I get to go with hand-drawn schematics that make the Bowmark schematics look like a cakewalk to read. Yippee. Oh, wait. Nope, actually, these might be easier to read than the Bowmark schematics. Never mind. Keyboard connector. Let's see here. That is... Okay, that's going to be the serial chips. There's the RAM. Yes. Okay. According to the note on the schematic, I think I do have the right version here. All right. I see there is a reference to a. Yeah, my neck was not going to be happy there. All right. So we should have a. Oh, let's see. Those are for 3324001. Hold. Whoops. Hold, please. Technical manual. Where's the index? PCB assembly VIC-20 3240003-01. Okay. So what's that? So that is you. Oh, something tells me that might be the page I need. Wow. Let's see. That is going to be UF8, UD8, and UE8. Yep. Okay, so UF8 is the one where I saw some bad signals. And on the A side of the chip, let's go to BD0 through BD7, which we follow this line here. And that goes to the VIC chip. That's not good. Um, I I have not come to a determination on the character ROM yet, Rudy. I tried to build an adapter and let's see, those also go to the 6522s. Yeah, here's what it's doing here. Uh, So that's what the basic screen looks like. We get incorrect characters, changing characters. The color is a bit dark. Yeah, it's not consistent. Unfortunately, when I tried using the adapter I built last week for the character ROM, oh, I actually erased the character ROM because it wasn't working. The adapter didn't work, so I erased the character ROM, I think. That was smart of me. Rudy's asking RAM. Well, I wish there was an easy way to test the RAM because that's 11 chips I have to desolder. Frank S asks, have I hit it with the hammer? No, I haven't. Joe's asking, what happens when you poke around the board with my fingies? Nothing. There is no chip that I can press down on that I have found that causes the behavior to change. And none of the chips are getting exceedingly hot. Gutbomb's asking, or says, Law, it's ridiculous that the tiny amount of RAM in there is 11 chips. Yes, the legend has it, and it's. Am I able to type, or is it crashed? Well, I am not able to type because the keyboard is not plugged in. But I can plug the keyboard in. I just chose not to plug it in because they only get so many insertion cycles on these connectors. So, all right. Can I type? All right. I mean, I don't know what I would type. 10 print. Oh, well, that's 10 print. Run. I got a error. Eddie. Or is that Addy? Having trouble reading that. Yeah, interestingly enough, some of the characters are like, oh wait, I typed Ren, not run. R-U-N. Oh look, syntax. Yeah, I think it's trying to say syntax error. Epom says it's RAM. Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda is asking, is that Dec 11, Binary 11, Octal 11, or Hex 11? I have no idea. Frank S. says, the VIC-20 Klingon edition. Kapla! So basic is running fine. Yeah, I would agree with that. Not likely an address or a data line issue. Um, yeah, Kapom says some characters are correct, some are not, and some are marginal. RAM is borked. Garth says, I'm going to have to say it's dirty contacts in the serial port. Yeah, I cannot type list. I mean, I can type list, but I am not getting list. Different every time. There's Computer Museum says it's not RAM. Trina says I was going to say it's e-waste. Kapom says Joe is smarter than me. Listen to him. All right. Well, if it's not RAM, Joe says character ROM or VIC itself. All right, well, here's the problem. Joe says, look at the line that crawls down the screen once every 3 seconds or so. Yeah, I saw that, and I didn't know what to make of it. Gutbomb says, I replaced the character ROM last week. Well, I tried to. My replacement failed. Joe says, that reeks of a timing glitch. Well, I don't have another VIC chip, so I'll definitely need some eBay regret funds to probably buy another VIC-20. If it's the VIC chip. I unfortunately have no way of troubleshooting a VIC chip, and my efforts to build an adapter to put a character ROM in last week failed, and made the problem even worse. I have no idea what's wrong with this adapter. Although I guess I got the oscilloscope out. Alright, let me try programming another character ROM, because I don't know what I did with the one I had last week. It probably got erased because, well, I probably wasn't sure if it was right. Trina says, speaking of eBay, I sold an IBM ThinkPad without a keyboard, battery, power supply, and hard drive for $5 today. All right, load, browse. Downloads. All right, one. Okay, and then 1000 is the second half, because I have no idea which half the adapter is actually going to use. Okay. Let me grab the EEPROM. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Burning another character ROM now. Let's try this. 27C64 AMD part. All right, blank check. All right. All right. Program. Rudy is asking, is that adapter the ones where you have to put solder on jumpers on the bottom side? Yes. Garth says we're in a heat wave that's going to get worse all week. Also, red flag warning, and we lost power last night through midday today. Ugh. Yes, it is the one you have to program the set jumpers on the bottom. I set the jumpers per the Retro Innovations website. It said to do 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 2 and 3, A, 4 to replace a 2332. All right, I now have another EEPROM I will put in this adapter. I wish I had a way to read 2332s, but I do not. Because then I could just check that character ROM and rule it out once and for all. All right, so there we go. There's our character ROM. It is in. And let's see what it does. And that is what the replacement character ROM does. It works worse than the original character ROM. And I don't understand why. And I don't really want to build the other adapter I have because the assembly is so annoying. In fact, I actually couldn't put it together the way that Retro Innovation said you put it together. All right. Let me check the. I'm going to check the EEPROM and see if I see anything that's obviously wrong on it. All right, so I am testing the 27C64. So, all right, so that is the VPP pin, which is, okay, that is correct. That's a 0. So there's A12, which that doesn't look very good at all. A11. The A12 line does not look very good at all. Oh, actually, that's not A11. That's A7. All right, A7 looks okay. A6. A5. A4. A3. A2. A1. And that should be A0. And then this should be data 0. Which doesn't look that great. Data 1. Data 2. Let's see, that should be VSS. Okay. Data 3. Data 4. Data 5. Data 6. Data 7. All right, now we're getting into the really important ones. All right, I believe that's chip enable, although, hold on, I just add my probe list. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, that's chip enable, which is active low, so this chip is staying enabled. Wait, this chip is staying enabled? Well, that could be a problem. Okay, and then I think that's address line 10. And, oh, wait. But that's output enable. Oh, okay, so output enable is not staying selected. Okay. And then that's A11, which looks like it's staying high. Oh, so this would, and then that's A9, I believe. And then A8, hopefully a no connect, which I keep slipping the probe, and program and VCC. The problem that I'm using a CMOS type chip. So, first of all, A12 looks awful. Rudy, I don't think I can read the original character ROM. I don't have a programmer that can read it. That's the problem. It's like a 23, it's like a 2332. I don't know that I have anything that'll read a 2332. I mean, unless I can like create a custom device in this software. Yeah, I was seeing a lot of things that didn't look right on that adapter. All right, let me see if I got a 2764 that's not a CMOS type. I guess we could start with that. Although I don't think that should matter, but actually, I don't think I got any 2764s. And I'd have to make an I mean, I found a page online today that said how you could read one of these ROMs with an Arduino Nano, but do I have an Arduino Nano and enough jumper wires to construct what they were saying to construct? Considering I had no lead time to look at look at what I had in terms of maybe being able to construct it. I don't I don't think I've got any non CMOS type. All right, let's see if by chance. Does anyone know of any chips that have the same pinout as a 2364 or 2332? I mean, Rudy's asking how do the signals look on the VIC chip. All right, I guess that's probably what I'm going to have to do. Although the VIC chip is kind of hard to, well, it's gonna be hard to see some of the pins. Yeah, Okay, let's look at the signals on the VIC chip. 6560 pin out. Okay, can we please have a photo of the pinout that I can actually read the text beside? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Thomas Armstrong says I can use a 2532. Wait a minute. That doesn't. I thought. Oh, these old EPROMs give me headaches. I can't, but I can't use a 25320. Thank you, software. 25320, 25320. Okay, the software I'm using does not support a 2532, although it's telling me there's an update. Although something tells me the update's probably not going to add the chip I want. All right. Let me check the signals. I'm gonna start with the side of the chip I can actually see. So I'm gonna work my way backwards. But all right, we got VDD phase 1. That clock seems a bit high, but maybe that's phase 2. Option. I have no idea what that is. That is P phase 2. Oh, I'm presuming that's processor phase 2. Processor phase 1. Address line 13. Address line 12. Oh, let's get this ROM adapter out of the board. Let's put the original character ROM back in. All right. Okay, let's try that again. So that is VDD phase 1, phase 2, processor phase, or no, option, processor phase 2, processor phase 1, address line 12, or address line 13, 12, okay, with the ROM adapter, I get non-square wave looking shark fins. And with the original character ROM, I get runts on address line 12 and 11. That's 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm presuming because it's off my screen, and I'm presuming that's address line 0. But the text is off my screen. All right. Yes. Okay. Now, on the other side, we have DSS. Okay. audio. Which is like 2 volts. That seems a bit high. All right, so that's going to be potentiometer Y. I don't have anything plugged in, so that's probably correct. Potentiometer X. V0. Yeah, that's 2. That looks awful. V1. V2. V3. Maybe we should skip that one. V4. Thank goodness they didn't make that one. V5. V6. V7. V8. That doesn't look good. I'm presuming we're now in the color RAM data lines, maybe? E9. E10. E11. Read write. Text I can't read because it's off screen. But it's at like 2 volts. Oh, that's the Luma sync output? Yeah, that's the other thing. For some reason, the like video level on this computer is at like 2 volts, which I don't think's right. Chroma. Oh, I probably have the time base set so low that that's hard to see as a video signal. Okay, maybe that's not at 2 volts now that I look at the full signal. All right, that's chroma. There's the... Oh, but that is peaking at 2 volts. Above 2 volts. Okay, so that's the Luma in sync. Get that down to like... Okay, well that's... Tell me why the video signal is so high. See, that's the chroma. Which is actually at a more reasonable level, if you ask me. Still seems a bit high. And then everybody's favorite, no connect. And now I'm going to check the chat. Joe was saying use a 9932. It's many times better. I mean, look at how bigger the number is. Yeah, just kidding. Yeah, funny, Joe. Thomas has a couple programmers. One does the 2532. Rudy says there's an update for my programmer, so I downloaded the file and checked it with Virus Total website has a virus. Well, I won't be updating my programmer software tonight. This one is nuts to program MCM 68766C. Joe says it was world's slowest countdown to launch. Yeah, maybe I need another programmer that can do older chips, but that would require some eBay regrets money, I think. Or one of these days I'll get a Retro Chip Tester Pro. Okay, so I saw several problems walking through the VIC. First of all, address lines 12 and 11 looked like garbage. Second of all, data lines like 0, 1, 8, 9, 10, and 11 kind of looked bad. And the video signal looked really high compared, because I thought it was supposed to be like 1 volt peak to peak. Someone correct me if I'm wrong there. Because it's like at 2 volts. All right, let me go back to the CPU real quick and check. Let me check address lines 11 and 10 on it. All right. Or 12 and 11. So there's address line 12 on the CPU. Okay, that looks correct. And see, that's address line 11, which I think. Okay, it's a 4 volts, yeah, with a little peak at 5, but yeah, that's still TTL level. Okay, so I think the processor is probably working correctly. If I pull the character ROM, do I still have address line issues? Well, I can pull the character ROM. I mean, I don't know how the VIC is supposed to work without a character ROM, but translation, it probably doesn't work very well. Okay, so do we still have the address lines? Okay, well, I'm going to count down because those are like in the middle of the chip. Okay, so there's VDD, phase 1, phase 2. I think phase 1 and phase 2 on the VIC chip are like not that's not the same as it was with the character ROM. All right. That's option processor phase 2, processor. Oh, that's why it doesn't look the same. I changed the time scale. Never mind. I tricked myself. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Option. Let's see. Processor phase. Processor phase. All right. That's address line 13, 12. No, I'm still seeing those little humps there. 11. Nope, I have to say, I think the address line issue is still there because I'm seeing little humps. Now, let's see. I still see the. Do I see the data line issues? No. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's data line 3. Data line 4. These are the data lines. Well, kind of looks like data lines 0 through 3 were kind of icky. Well, some of them didn't have data. And yeah, it looks like that high nibble is. Okay, so we still have the address line issues. We still have the data line issues. I don't know what Vib ribbon is, Joe. All right, I guess I'm going to have to look at the schematic here. And this is where you kind of have a better view of the schematic than I do because I have to look at it in the OBS preview. You can put your YouTube on full screen. Okay. So what is on address lines 11 and 12? Is there like a do we have a transceiver on address lines? Okay, well, I think both ROMs are on those two address. All three ROMs are on those address lines. Okay, that's not a surprise. The RAM is not. Now, UE1 could be causing the issues. Oh, looky there. UD1 is a 4066. I don't recognize the brand of it. But if that chip is not working, then well, that could affect data lines 8, 9, 10, and 11. All right, so let's. Well, okay, let me put the character ROM back in so that I at least have a chance of data on all the data lines. All right. So the 4066. All right, so it looks like pin 1 is. I believe data line. One, two, three, four. It's going to be data line 3 off of one of the RAM chips. It doesn't look too hot. Okay, so that's. And then pin 4 is. Ooh. Hello. Is the chip at UD2 bad, maybe? Because that's where we're getting data from. All right, and then I think it's pin 8. There's another one of the data lines, and yeah, that doesn't look too great. And 9, 10, 11. Okay. Okay, the other data lines from the other RAM chip are on 2. So this is going to be UE1's data lines. Should be on 2. Doesn't look super great. 3. 9. And 10. All right, and the outputs of this are on 5, 6, 12, and 13. Wait, that's a clock signal. E. I don't have the 4066 data sheet in front of me. I don't know what the E is, but actually, I don't think that's output. That is E is the control signal. All right. Good night, Rudy. Looks like outputs fighting each other. Chip enable or read write issue on a buffer chip. Well, I'm working my way down the circuit. So that's the 4066. That's doing that's switching the data lines. Oh, I think that's switching out data lines 0 through 3 with data lines 8 through 11. Probably so the CPU can, or the VIC can read or probably so the CPU can write to color RAM. All right, good night, Trina. All right, let's see if I can find the chip that maybe selects the RAM. I think that's UC4, which is a 74LS138 here. And let's see here, the RAM. It looks like output or pin 11 is chip select for half of the RAM, and 10 is chip select for the others. No. Should be 11, 10. I think 7, 9, 10, and 11. The schematics. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no lime button on YouTube. Lime would be quite tasty right now, but that could be refreshing. So UC4 Let me check pins 7, 9, 10, and 11. Seven. That looks okay. 9. 10. And 11. Unfortunately, I don't have another VIC to, like, just compare that with. All right, and then 12, 13, and 14. Well, are looks like those are active low signals on another page. 13 and 14. Let me see what those are. All right. Page 1, 2. All right. Let's see here. I'm looking for. Actually, I think those are. Oh, there they are. Okay, they're on UD9, pins 4, 5, and 6. Yep. 4, 5, and 6. Where is it getting those from? I don't know where it's getting those signals from, but none of this should be. That looks fine. That's the. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I just realized the address lines are buffered. The address lines are buffered. Okay. So which. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so address lines 11 and 12 are on UE8. Pins 5 and 6 are coming from the processor. Which that looks fine. And then the output is pins 14 and 15. All right. Oh, good night, Joe. Or at least Joe's sleepy. I think I got my first suspect here. It only took me an hour and a half of the stream to get here. New Star Trek's out today. Ah. Oh. Oh, Joe did yard work this evening, so he's just sleepy. I think this transceiver here might be bad because address lines 11 and 12 look correct on the processor, but those do go through this chip. Now, unfortunately, or well, actually, wrong mark. Should be a question mark. Unfortunately, this is the Mitsubishi chip, not the MOS chips. However, UF8 is where all the data lines go through. And if we look at starting with pin 18, yeah, the data lines coming from the processor look okay. So if we got 2, 3, I don't know. Jesse says, if it makes you feel better, it took me 45 minutes to find an expired firewall rule. I don't know. I'm thinking that MOS chip might be bad too. Because that's where some of the data lines go through that look kind of bad. Now, this is the point of the stream where I turn the board over. And you're probably going to be like, well, why weren't you just removing those chips all along? But don't jump to conclusions as soon as you see it. So here's these transceivers. And it's this one and this one that I suspect. This one just looks like someone didn't bother removing their flux from it. Although, quite honestly, I may remove it too, just because it's a MOS chip. It might deserve to be socketed. It might deserve to at least be reflowed. But yeah, these are the two that I'm kind of suspecting. This one's the MOS chip. This one's the MOS chip. This is the Mitsubishi chip. And to assist with tonight's desoldering activities, I'm going to enlist the help of Claris. Have to turn the set temperature down. I don't think we need to torture the VIC-20 at 850 degrees Fahrenheit. That's like a bazillion degrees Celsius, give or take a bazillion. All right, while I wait for Claris to warm up, let me see if by chance I have a 74 LS245 on my Thing O assorted chips. I have a 74 F245. Well, that might work in a pinch. All right, I'm going to remove these chips so that I can put them back in the socket. I may have some 74. Oh, good. I do also have a 4066. So if I get the impression that ah, listen to that moo. It's not concerning. It's like just working. Probably best $20 I spent at Marlin P. Jones. Oh yeah, look at that solder. It's just putting up no fight. All right, this is on a ground pin. It'll probably put a little bit of fight up. No match for a brand new desoldering handle. The heater was gone in my old one. That's why I had so much trouble with it. They make replacement heaters, but the wires are not color coded on them. I'm convinced it's because they want to sell you the replacement part and then a new handle. The funny thing is, I think the original heater in the handle is color coded. The replacements are not. Go figure. Yes, Marlon P. Jones is awesome. Wow, look at that. That was like no muss, no fuss, almost. I mean, that just all right. There's still a little bit of solder top on the top side, which I think I can get with some solder wick here real quick. Oh, I'm zoomed in to the wrong spot on the board. There we go. Oh, maybe there's not. Is that? Oh, oh. Okay, that chip's loose on that side. Ooh, wow. All right, so if you've got one of those desoldering handles and it's getting to the point where it's just not fun to use, you might need a new handle for it. There we go. Look at that. One MOS chip extracted with the pins intact and no board damage. That is That's how I don't get grumpy during live streams, is when I get a chip out that cleanly. Look at that. No MOS. There's still a few more MOS chips, unfortunately. I almost just want to. Actually, that came out so quick, I almost might just remove that one just to test it, just to be sure. All right. Now, let's do a little logic check of that first chip. All right. So that is a 74245. And well, it tested okay. Okay, I knew there would be a chance that the chip would test okay, which is why I removed it intact. So I'll put a socket and we'll. Well, um, it was the one I was more doubtful on, because it was on the data lines. The data lines could be 2114s, so that could be what's causing that. All right, let's get this other one out. I'm pretty sure there's something wrong with this one. This one's on the address lines. The address lines that were showing some problems. This is the Mitsubishi chip. I know Mitsubishi more for cars and other products, but not necessarily logic chips. Well, when you can get a chip out this cleanly, yeah, I agree with you, Sorcerer Stan. Stan says, if in doubt, suck it out. I mean, when you got Claris working this well, you might as well. Actually, probably the reason I'll remove that other MOS chip is because of that rework. I'd kind of like to inspect under it. Quick and easy. Ooh, I think that might have actually. All right. right. Let's see here. Oh. There's a pin that's bent over. All right. And that chips out. And it looks like I'll remove the flux to be sure, because there's quite a gross amount of original or flux from a previous rework on the board, but I think I got it out without damage. Yeah, if I've got the spares, I'll replace them anyways. I might. Okay, well, that one tested fine too, but as Stan says, the testers aren't always good about catching the flaky ones. All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove this moss one, mainly because of um, the solder that's on the top side, which I don't know why it's there. So it just means I'll need an extra socket. Sockets are cheap. I don't know where my box of sockets is. Now, of course, that's not to say that the 20 pins aren't like missing in action in the box of sockets, but I at least know where the box of sockets is. All right. Good night, Stan. All right. Go. Now let's. There we go. So I am setting these to the side where I know which came from where. So that may just be connecting to ground. Oh, I think I see why that solder blob was on the top side of the board. the leg. I think the leg broke on that chip. I may have to use a replacement 245 anyways, because I'm going to put these in sockets. And if the leg is broken, yeah, sure enough. That's why there's a solder blob on the top of the board. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to test this chip in the tester, because that signal may be required. All right. Yeah, there. Okay. I think whoever did the rework might have damaged the via a little bit. Okay. That might make the socket a little bit harder to get in, but I'll make it work. I might just have to bend the leg of the socket and solder it to that same spot on the top of the board. Or maybe I can put a pin and... Oh, no, I should be able to get a socket in it. Yeah, because the pad's still on the bottom of the board, so there's still a connection. It's just the pin was broken off, so they kind of solder deblobbed it on the bottom. Oh, I also I forgot to bring them downstairs, but I was at the grocery store the other night. I've been looking for plastic bathroom cups because that's what I use to put isopropyl alcohol in. But it seems like all the grocery stores around here stopped carrying them. But I found some plastic condiment cups that actually will probably work better than these bathroom cups because they're shorter and wider. I think they hold just about as well. They hold 2 ounces, I think. So maybe when I actually remember to bring them downstairs, they'll be harder to knock over because they have a wider base, but I'll still be able to pour isopropyl alcohol into a smaller container for wiping boards. There we go. Oh, that looks so much better without that old rosin core flux. Look at that. Look at that. Just a little red mark there on the board. All right. Now, does this MOS chip test? That actually, that MOS chip actually fails its test, but there's no but it's missing the pin. It's missing that pin 20, which might be required for the tests. So let me see if I can find a little component lead or something that I can use as a replacement pin. Probably not a piece of solder. There. I think that's a component leg. Yes. All right. So I'm going to stick a component leg in the tester. Yeah, I'm going to do this much like I did computers ROM chip. All right. So there's the chip test with the missing pin. So now, if I push a pin onto that missing pin, oh, it helps if I actually click the test button. Well, that chip's actually working, but it's missing a pin, so I'm going to have to replace it. All right. That was one of the MOS chips. I would be inclined to say that that was probably a done by someone trying to repair their VIC-20, because I doubt Commodore would have shipped that. Although then again, I could also see them maybe shipping something like that to meet a quota, but I don't know that Commodore would have actually gone to that length to save a chip. That looks more like a someone was having problems with address and data lines, tried to reflow those two chips, broke a pin, and maybe gave up. And then it made its way on eBay so that I could have an eBay regret. So don't forget, we've got the eBay regret meter is feeling a little bit low. All right, let me find my 20 pin sockets. I know I've got them. Oh, right there they are. First ones I pulled out of the box. I know. Let's see here. I started on time tonight, and I found the 20 pin sockets without struggling. Huh. Oh. Guess I'm having a smoother than usual evening. All right, let me slip some sockets in here. All right, so notch. Hold on. All right, one pin here. One via is damaged on the top. It's got like extra fiberglass or something. All right, there we go. Pad on the bottom side of the board is totally fine, so I'm not worried about that not making good contact. Let me see if I can't secure those down just a little bit. I don't have any blue tack. Maybe I don't. All right. All right, I got an idea. How about I'll just solder a pin on each corner and do one-handed, but that, that, and that. Other side, that pin there. Acting on a ground can be very difficult. And how about that pin there? And all right. Sockets are okay. The sockets look good, so I'll go ahead and solder those down. And then I'll have to go find a 245. Just try and get the other. All right, sockets are still looking good. Go and go forth and solder. I'll use up some of these little pieces of solder I have on my workbench where I take a little piece off, start to solder, set it down, and lose it. Take another piece off, start to solder, set it down, and lose it. any more little pieces of solder. Okay, I think I have used up all the little pieces of solder that I have found on my workbench. All right, good night, Frank, and good night, Joe. Don't forget to smash that like button if you appreciate my dedication to the Commodores and the other fun 8-bit computers we all grew up with. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications because I have more Commodore stuff to work on. Seems to have a way of finding me these days. I have a feeling Jeremy's going to convince me to probably build a pet ITX board set. Ah, good night, Jesse. Jesse should go to bed, but have pet projects to do. I misread what your intention. Yes. Okay, there we go. Ah, that means I stick around longer. Yes. All right. Now let me see what I have in terms of 74 LS 245. Let me first go to this board here. I do not know. I do not remember if it has any on it. I think Apple used other transceivers. Yep, those are 257s are the only 20 pin chips on the board. Okay. So that is a no. That probably means prettiest looking computer. I do have a 74 F245 that I may try. See, those are keyboard encoders. Those are 26 LS chips. Neat. All right, let's see. Those are 374s. Those are 573s. Got 138, 74s, 86s, 65 CO2s, video RAM chips. Let's see, these are probably Oh, chips I haven't written what they are on the tube. Alright, well, I'll have to fix that. 126s, double aughts. Oh. Oh, computer does have a 245 on it. Okay. Here we go. I have a 74 LS 245. So, alright, I've got one. I'd ordered two, but I think I used one, so I may have to go. Oh, I can check my other clone board as well. Okay, so I may have a couple 245s that I can borrow. Alright, let me mark that off that tube. Let me see if I got any other 245s. Alright, those are 251s. I know I've got some in my Mauser cart, but I just haven't ordered anything from Mauser this week. There was no point because I wouldn't have, by the time I was looking at ordering from Mauser, they wouldn't have come today anyways. Because I wasn't going to pay for overnight shipping. Let's see here. Oh, those are gals, and those are gals. Okay, those are all gals. Oh, those are gals. 174s. Those are RAM chips. Those are 138s. That's an empty tube. Those are 4073s. I sure hope that empty tube wasn't something important. Those are 538s. Those are 555 timers. That's a Celeron processor. 4136. I don't know what that is. Ah, it's a 68 B09 processor. $166s. Oh, and my SAA 1099s. And LEDs. Oh, I even have DDR3 in the bottom of this box. Oh, there's one of my Glitchworks modules. Let me stick that somewhere where I'll find it easier. There's some weird chips. Let's see, those are Brooktree. I think these might be the original RAMs that were in Computer. Yes, I think those are Computer's original RAM chips. Actually, I may we'll set those to the side there too, because if we wrap up with this computer, I may pull the clone board out to run a diagnostic on Computer's original memory chips. That might be interesting. See if those were actually good or bad. I got convinced to replace them because I didn't have a way of testing them. But now I've got a clone board that seems to be in working condition. Adrian Black released a dead test ROM for the Apple II. So I can... Oh, here we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And they weren't the last chip in the bottom of the box. Now, what I would like to look for real quick, because there's like a whole bunch of chips in the bottom of this box. I'd like to see if any of these chips might be the correct series for being a 4066. Actually, they might be. Oh, I think I got SRAMs in the bottom of this box. That's cool. All right, let me clear all this stuff off my workbench. Now that I found some 74 LS374s. Place your bets in the chat. Will 1 fix the problems? Will 2 fix the problems? Will 3 fix the problems? Or will I be desoldering 2114s? AdMax says 3. All right. So I have one that I ordered from Jamco, and I think the others might have come from China, because I think I ordered them at a time when that was about the only way to get these chips. Although they look like they might actually be new old stock. I think I ordered them from UT Source. So, all right. I am kind of curious to see what the VIC does without those chips in. Probably a whole lot of nothing. Oh, probably would help if I... Yeah, that's kind of what I suspected. A whole lot of nothing. Okay. All right, so let's... I've got the original chips. So I'm going to put... Actually, you know, let's test these 4 chips. Because 3 of them came from UT Source. All right. All right, that one's testing good. So at least it's a 245. Okay, that one's testing good, so it's at least a 245. Okay, that one's testing good, so that means I have at least 3 245s. And then this is the one that came from Jamco. All right, so I do have 4 245s. All right. So I'm going to take the one that I ordered from Jamco, and I'm going to put it in the middle. And I'm going to take the 2 that I ordered from UT Source, and I'll put them on either side. And that is because the ones that I ordered from UT Source are claiming to be Motorola chips. So they're taking the place of the MOS chips. And then the one in the middle is a Texas Instruments chip. And it's taking the place of the Mitsubishi chip. And that's just because, why not? All right. So, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I have no video. Did I plug the video in the right place? Yes, I did. I got power. Hold on. I have a solder blob on the bottom. Maybe. At least got. Let's see. Where? Hold on. Zooming in with the camera so you can see what I'm looking at. All right. So let me pull the. Before I do that, always a good idea to remove these chips from the sockets, especially if they are chips that might have had their legs tinned in an effort to make the chips look better. Otherwise, you might solder them to the socket. All right, that leg there looks. All right, that looks better now. Okay, that looks better. And just because I keep paranoid about it, I'm going to set something under the board. Let's see. Got power, video, and I am on composite video 2, which should be the correct composite video input. All right. Well, maybe I was. Oh, maybe I actually had the board on something and didn't realize it. All right. There's 1, 2, 3. Everything else is still seated. All right, and turn that on. And no video. All right. All right. Well, do we have? We have. All right. We have. Okay. Oh, we have. We have no clock. All right. Hold, please. Nope. I don't see a clock on the board. All right. VIC. Okay, so the VIC's got that and that. And that's like funny option. Oh, we have no clock from the processor. Is the processor stuck in reset? All right. The reset is active low. Okay, processor's not in reset. Okay, we do not have any clocks out on the processor. Oh, wait. Oh, we don't have a clock in on the processor. Okay, we do have 5 volts on the board. Processor is not receiving a clock. Okay. Well, I guess I can put these 2 original chips back in that didn't have a leg broken and see what happens, but I don't think they're going to magically cause the clock to reappear. I think I'm going to have to look to see if I got like a. I have to look at the schematic probably. 'Cause I see the clock generator chip. All right, so I'll put these original chips back where they were. All right. Now, do we have clock in? No, we do not have a clock in on the processor. All right, we did have voltage. We do not have a clock in. The What is an M5? Wait, I got an idea. Let me just visually trace where the clock signal. Okay, so it should be the 4th pin. So the clock signal should be this pin here. which goes under the processor. And well, just before I assume that I had a component fail from desoldering 3 transceivers, just make sure I didn't like create a solder bridge. All right. So that via stays under the socket and I can't see where it goes. Bummer. Because it's going to be, yeah, right there is the via. It is under the socket and I can't see where the trace goes. I was going to check to see if maybe it was the trace was like beside one of these pins, but all right, I'm going to have to go to the schematic view because I think the clock is going to come from the clock generator here. M53202P. All right, let me find the CPU on the schematic. Find the CPU on the schematic. See, that's the VIC chip. There's the bus transceivers. And I don't think the clock signal goes through them. Okay, there's the 6502. So I'm looking for, is it phase 0? Phase 0 the input? Yes, phase 0 is the input. Okay. So that's going to be pin 37, which is, oh, P0O. Okay. And that is this signal here, which does also, okay, it goes to that. Let's see, but it's this signal here, which goes, oh, that's lovely. Which goes here, and, well, that's not very nice. Okay. Let me find what's the clock generator chip. Because let's see, the clock generator is designated UB9. All right. Let's see if I can find UB9 on the schematic. That'll at least confirm that. That's the 555 timer. It's UC. Expansion slot. bus transceivers. Okay, I do not see. I do not see that on the schematic. All right, maybe there's another page. Oh, okay. Well, let's look at the component list real quick. Let me see if I can find UB9 and confirm that is a clock generator, or that I even have the right chip reference because it's under the halfway under the can for the our video circuit. So I could have the wrong. I could have read it wrong. Those are capacitors and resistors. Okay, this is the cost reduced schematic, but oh, okay. I think I may have. I think I might see my error. Okay, so here's the 14.31818 megahertz crystal. And it does some stuff. All right, I'm gonna remove the VIC chip here. All right, and I'm gonna get my multimeter. And I'm gonna get the pinout of the VIC chip up on my screen. 6560 pinout. So 40, 39, 38, 37, 36 or 35. Is that? No. Okay. So maybe the VIC chip's not reading that clock, but I can't. All right. Where's the CPU on the schematic again? This page? Yeah, because it's right. It's right. Oh, that's the VIC. There it is. Okay. So all right. All right, I'm having trouble telling where the CPU is getting its clock. I'm having trouble reading the schematic. It's just not that legible. I don't know why the. I don't know. Okay. Oops. Okay. I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna leave the VIC out at the moment. I don't think the VIC chip is generating the CPU's clock. So I'll leave the VIC chip out. Let me just make sure I know where. Okay, there's where. Okay. I know where I put it. I just want to make sure that it was in a safe spot. All right, so I'm gonna put the CPU back in. And let's see. Let's see. Okay, so that's gonna be reset. And that should be clock in. Yeah, I don't see a. All right, I'm just gonna start probing around until I find something that might be the. Okay, so there's 14.31818. have that clock? I don't. I think we've lost the clock. All I did was put sockets in place of these chips, and we've lost the clock. Yeah, we do not have a clock in on the CPU. Okay. There's the clock in on the CPU. Let me see if I can figure out maybe where it's going. Or maybe a VIA on the board that's I mean, oh, okay. Well, let me just check again. I do have. Okay, so I got 5 volts on the board. Yes, we have 5 volts. We do not have the phase zero clock into the CPU. Well, I don't know. there. Okay, so this. How do I break the connection between a ground on the bottom and top side when I remove that one chip? All right. Okay, so. Oh, right there. Okay. How's that connected? Hmm. All right. All right. Is the chat playing tricks on me again? Hopefully not, because well, oh, looks like we're just at the 11 o'clock lull. Okay. False alarm that I was missing chat. All right. UD8 1020. Supposed to be 5 volts. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Jeremy. I called it the 11 o'clock lull because my chat usually goes like silent at 11 o'clock, and it makes me wonder: is it just it's getting late on the East Coast, or is it YouTube stopped showing me a updating chat? So okay, it looks like, at least in this case, it's the chat is just simply not active, which is which is okay, but I just didn't want to get to a point where I thought, oh, well, now that's very interesting. So I have 5 volts at the processor. Oh, Gut Bomb's fighting his grease weasel. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't like missing chat messages because we had a chat malfunction. Because I feel bad when that happens. Okay. I think. So I've got 5 volts at the processor. A 5 volt rail here. Is there 5 volts here? No. Okay, I think I see the problem. Apparently, the 74LS245 is powered by pin 20. Pin 20 was the pin that was broken on that one MOS chip. It looks like that VIA at pin 20 is responsible for passing 5 volt power between the two layers of the board to some of the chips. And when I desoldered the blob, well, I removed the only thing getting 5 volt power to part of the board. I think that's why I have no clock. I don't think the clock circuit has power. So I'm going to probably find a little piece of wire. Because I'm clearly seeing the schematic there should be 5 volts there, and there's not. But there is 5 volts on this trace. I mean, you can see there's the where the solder blob was. That is 5 volts going through that trace. So I'm just simply going to find a wire and on the underside of the board, I think I'll put one side through that via. And I'm looking to see if maybe there's a. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that does appear as if maybe. Huh. I don't know if there's a VIC-20 reloaded board out, but I'm not going to build a reloaded board just for one broken trace. One that's like really easy to fix. Because here's a via on that 5 volt plane on the top side of the board. And I'm going to go get a little wire. And I'm going to actually get a we'll get one that's insulated. And I'm going to put one in there, which is on this same 5-volt plane, but I don't have to try to solder it to a fragile place. Oh, hey, Jack, welcome. I'm fixing a previous owner's repair. Hack the board up to fix the broken chip. In fact, actually, it wouldn't surprise me if what they actually did is they poured the via half out. It did destroy the chip. That would not surprise me at all. I'm looking for my. Oh, box of wire that I would like to use for this repair. Oh. All right. Hold, please. I apparently misplaced it. I don't know what I did with the wire I'm looking for, but well, I'll just steal it from something else. I am looking for a piece of wire. Specifically, a piece of insulated solid wire. because then I don't have to worry about solder strands. Okay. I'll explain what I'm doing in a moment. I think if I do that, that actually would probably be less likely to cause problems. I got a little more room to work. I'll yeah, I'll explain it here in a moment. I think it has to do with a previous owner's hack job that I am fixing more correctly. All right. Let me see. Okay, so now let me confirm that I have 5 volts on 1020. Excellent. Okay, so I now have 5 volts again. All right, so here's what I just fixed for anyone that just joined. All right, so I removed these three 74 LS245s because some of them looked wonky. Now, this one here was the one that had a big solder blob on pin 20 on the top side of the board. We didn't know why it was there last week. Well, when I pulled it off the board, that is how the chip looked. Pin 20 is cut off, and the VIA looked pretty bad. I thought, though, that there was continuity between the top and the bottom of the board. I didn't check very well. I didn't check at all. Anyways, that solder blob was connecting that chip leg to 5 volts, which then was soldered on the bottom side to pass 5 volts to where 5 volts is supposed to go. But when I removed that solder blob and put the socket in, well, we lost the connection to 5 volts for all these chips, and I think the VIC chip and the clock generator and like a whole bunch of stuff. Basically, a whole bunch of stuff that wasn't dead was dead. CPU didn't have a clock. CPU had 5 volts, but that was about all that had 5 volts was the CPU. And probably some of the ROMs. Anyways, so now that I have restored that again, I'm going to put so this is a new chip because that mangled one obviously is mangled. These other two are the original ones. And I first want to confirm that now that I think I've restored 5 volts to the board, all right, we still have the same funky operation, but at least now we have power to the board. Was there corrosion or leakage around that pin? What do you think happened to it? I think the previous owner of the board had this problem. They attempted to reflow these two chips because there was rosin core flux on them. I think they may have actually tried to remove them, and I don't know if maybe they probably mangled the VIA removing this one. So I think it was operator error. So, okay. These are the two that I suspected were flaky. And believe it or not, the moss one was less likely, according to what I saw in the oscilloscope, to be the cause. So I'll put this new chip in that I have tested. Okay, well that didn't really fix it. Okay. Well, I'll put the Mitsubishi chip in. And I will pull the moss chip out. I will put that same chip back in. All right. Oh, wow. That Okay, the one thing I have to say is it did look better in some ways. So, all right, I got another chip. So, now this is with 3 new 74 LS 245s because the one was mangled. That wasn't. Ah, bummer. Oh, that's like. Oh, look at that. It's like. It's wanting to work. It's getting really close. Yes. Is it less bad or just randomness? Oh, well, might might be randomness. Okay, let's look at some signal lines. Yeah, no, that looks worse. Okay, so the reason why I replaced those chips is because address lines 11 and 12 were looking funky. But they looked fine on the CPU side, but they looked funky on the other side. So, all right, so let's see here. Okay, let's address 13. We're still getting those humps. That's address line 11, 12, and 11. We're still seeing those humps. Well, okay, let's try something. Okay. Now, we've been suspecting the character ROM. I'm gonna look. I'll look up what's on the address line. I'm kind of wondering if something's pulling it low. All right, let's put this a character ROM replacement in that I had trouble with, and on it we definitely saw a problem with address lines 11 and 12. Well, that's not good. I have a black screen. All right, well, what's the address lines 12 and 11 look like on this replacement ROM? I still see shark fins on 12. That's not cool. Okay. I'm still not convinced it's the character ROM. Okay, are there any other? All right, I'm gonna start. I think the reason why I hadn't really wanted to remove these is because obviously I'll have no keyboard without them, but they are on the address lines. These are the 6522s. I don't think these are like unobtainium. In fact, I think 6522s might actually still be made. Because I think they're just like the standard peripheral interface chips. I think the ones on the Commodore 64 might be a bit more Commodore 64 specific. All right, so there's those two chips out. I don't think I'm going to steal 6522s from a floppy drive. Not if I can help it. Well, oh, those chips weren't in all the way. What else can I take out? I could take out the basic ROM and put a Mega Race in. Is that the one? Is it the basic ROM I can remove? I don't know which one's which, though. Schematic doesn't say. Well, I guess there's one way to find out. I got a 50-50 shot, and if it doesn't do anything, then I probably pulled the kernel. Eeny, meeny, miny. Can you say with certainty the BASIC's working? Well, I mean, the basic ROM is on the address bus. I'm just trying to pull things that are on the address bus. Of course, granted, I realized I just added Omega Race to the address bus. Okay, I think that might have been the kernel ROM. Which, interestingly enough, has a red stripe on it. I don't remember drawing a red stripe on it. Oh, what's the chance that this is actually the kernel ROM? All right, there's the basic ROM. I thought that was the basic ROM. Maybe that was the kernel ROM. All right, let me see what. Okay, that's okay. So Omega Race is definitely not cooperating right now. Yes, Jeremy, I know the VIC-20 is very limited in the memory department. What other chips set the address bus? Well, the VIC does, but we have no video without the VIC chip. I mean, the RAM chips are on the address bus, but not address lines 11 and 12. But the 6502, Jeremy says the picture is darker than normal. Well, Jeremy, the video output signal on this VIC chip is at like 2 volts peak to peak, which I don't think is correct, but no one has confirmed or denied it. All right, well, I'm going to pull the VIC chip and we'll do oscilloscope probing. All right, so address lines 11 and 12 should be pins 21 and 18, I think. Oh, wait a minute. We're not gonna have any activity on the character ROM without the VIC. Well, that was silly. No, Jeremy, I thought video was supposed to be 1 volt peak to peak. Okay, it looks like the VIC chip is required for operation. I don't. Well, I've been tempted to buy a second VIC-20, so I at least had spare parts. I haven't. It's like so close. A11 and A12, but not on the CPU side. On the CPU side, it's fine. And maybe, yeah, it's A11 and A12 that are like showing lots of little camel humps. And if I put the, hi Joe, it's not fixed yet. I seemingly have got it to the point where it a lot of times prints 3583 bytes free. I pulled the 6522s out, but I think there's still a problem on address lines A11 and A12. If I put the character ROM replacement in, those two start looking like shark fins. Otherwise, they have lots of little humps. And it's not Wednesday, so it's not hump day. So that can't be why they've got camel humps. So I know the 6502 is good because I put it in a different computer and it worked. I have no real way of like reading out the ROMs to see if they're stable. At this point, it's like, yeah, the address lines look weird on the other side of the 245s. Yes. I'll check to see if that's still the case, but it would appear as if that is still the case, even after replacing the transceivers. So let's see, that's going to be pins 14 and 15 of UE8. There says replace all the chips. Problem solved. Yeah, it still looks bad on the other side of the transceiver. So I think replacing the transceiver chips. Tempted to put the. I'm half tempted to put the old ones back in. All right, I'm like just about to start looking at RAM chips to see if I see anything. Yeah, I replaced the 245s. All three are new chips. Unless there's another 245 on the board somewhere. I think there was only 3. What's the chances the 4066? Because I was also have some of the data lines also looked a bit funky, but not as bad as the address lines. Wait a minute. Address lines 10, 11, and 12 go to UC4. What's UC4? Yeah. UC4 is a um all right. I'm tempted to socket it because it is on. Actually, the chip kind of looks a little baked. I'm having trouble reading what it is. All right, I guess I'm just going to go for the. UC4 is it? You've got to be kidding me. I seriously cannot read the writing on this chip. I realized that was a 245. I probably would have already removed it. Granted, I don't think it's a MOSFET. Hold on, I'm trying to read. It's no, it's a 74 LS 138. I think it's a Fairchild. I have a. It's assembly. There's a giant heatsink over the assembly number. It's assembly number 324003. 324003. That I don't know what revision it is. I'm looking at the schematic diagram in the VIC-20 technical manual, and although it doesn't have the same number on it, it seems to match the board. Yeah, this might be a Rev B board because it's I don't know. And I found one website that basically was like yeah, there's a really old board. I've never seen it, so we're going to move along and then promptly describe the other ones. But yeah, I looked at UC3 and it quite clearly marked, or UC4, and it's a 16 pin chip and it's marked 74LS138. But I don't know if the camera's going to pick it up that well, but you kind of see how it looks. The sheen of the chip looks different starting right about there. I think yeah, see, it's really hard to pick up on camera, but I see it more in person. Yeah, it's an LS138. But the schematic shows that it's on those address lines. On it's if you're looking at the technical reference, it's on page 4. It it's got VA 12, 11, and 10 going into it. Granted, it looks like those are inputs, but if that chip were faulty, then I guess I could totally see it pulling the. I mean, I could see it pulling the address lines down. So, all right, I guess the only way to find out is to like desolder it here real quick. I got Claris working. Yeah, I was able to buy some new handles from Marlin P. Jones. There's my red bodge wire. And over. I wish I knew where the CAD drawn revision E schematic was, but I don't think it matches this board. That's going to have to do on up there. That pin's bent. Pin's on the ground plane. If I can get we go. I mean, if Commodore had been around for the 20th anniversary of the VIC-20, then I mean, maybe we'd have had the 20th anniversary VIC. And maybe they would have redrawn the schematics for us. But apparently Commodore might have been keeping up with us, but they couldn't keep up with this pesky little thing called you gotta make money. Because they couldn't keep up with the computer industry. There we go. Well, I just about got that out. Completely unmangled, but at least it's only like 1% mangled. Jeremy says they wasted money on getting into the video game market. Well, yeah, that's true, but they also I don't think they marketed the Amiga right either. Yeah, maybe that's why they didn't market the Amiga right. They were trying to get into the game market that was already so crowded. Of course, I know Apple was trying to do it too with the Pippin. Kind of wonder how much the Pippin led to their um, increased chance of a demise, because Apple wasn't doing that hot during the 90s either. All right, and that 138 is normal. But then again, sometimes these chips can test fine but not be working fine. I wonder if this will work without that chip in, or at least if it'll work enough so I can put an oscilloscope on it. See if the funkiness is gone. All right, so let's see here. I'm going down the VIC chip pins. Okay. And so that should be address line 13, 12. Well, 12 looks a little better. 11. Oh, the humps are shorter. Okay. Maybe. All right. Maybe we're going in the right direction. Of course, I know there's also another 138 that also looks like it was made by Fairchild, or I mean, there is one weird thing about this chip I just removed. The markings are kind of weird. I'm not sure if that's Fairchild or well, I mean, I'm trying to keep this as stock as I can too, but there is something wrong with it. And as I think I've already demonstrated, it already got butchered by someone, so oh yeah, some of the things he does during his repair. Yeah, there's some of his repair techniques that I cringe to. I mean, I would have preferred not to have had to put a big red wire on this board, but someone who had it previously destroyed a trace, or well, destroyed a trace, or and did a pretty good attempt at destroying an entire via, but they destroyed half a via. So I kind of had no choice but to bodge that wire, and the reason why I didn't use enameled wires because that is actually the 5 volt. It is actually a 5 volt rail, so it did need me to do a little bit more than just a thin enameled wire. That is actually a power rail. Yeah, the end result is what counts. Yes. Although when you cut a chip leg to disconnect it from the board, it seems like that could be a potential source of future failure. I do not know why. Maybe it's because there's some no connects that I didn't realize. Some of these trying to avoid flux because it can make a mess. Some of these did not flow nicely at all. Okay, I guess we'll just have to see. How well that's soldered. All right, well, looks like that's probably going to be the last repair of the evening. I'll have to find a 74 LS 138. Let me let that dry for a moment. So my socket is going to be that one. Oh, it's off screen right there. Actually, that could help, Jeremy. Oh, well, I found a 74S 138. Let's see if I can find a 74 LS 138. Oh, actually, hold on. I think I remember about what the tube looked like those were in. It's one of these shorter tubes in here. There we go. Oh no, that was one of the empty tubes in here. Disaster. How did I put an empty tube back in? I bet the cat fell off of Oh, there we go. There we go. There should be some 74 LS 138s in this tube as well. Oh, you would want them back, of course. Okay, well, yeah. Could still be helpful. Okay. Assuming I don't like have some astounding breakthrough right here, because I'm just going to go ahead and put a new chip in, because the one I pulled out kind of needs to have some solder cleaned from the legs. Okay. Chip is in. And more, I just want to check something here real quick. Yes, there are more 74 LS138 ends in there, because there are a couple of those. Oops, all right. Oh, that was anticlimactic. How about that? Well, that's not cool. No, I didn't put the chip in backwards. It has a very clearly defined alignment notch. All right, and it tests fine. So yes, I definitely put the socket in correct. Well, it's the first time I've seen it say basic V2 ready. I'm not going to adjust the video at the moment, Jeremy. I know it looks dark. I'm not going to dork with anything that's not relevant to the address line issue at hand, because I don't want to like mess it up further. All right. And well, I'm like, wow, it looks like, all right. Let's check the VIC signals here. So let's see here. So let's see that. I don't remember what that one is. But I hit the wrong button. All right, there's the 14 megahertz, 14 megahertz. Some signal. One of the phases. That's address line 13. I mean, it looks a little bit better, maybe. No, I don't think the behavior changes when I push on things. All right. I'm going to put the old 138 back in real quick. I just want to see if it really did make a difference or if it's like a placebo effect. That's address line. Yeah, that definitely did have an effect. Okay, I think that 138 is marginal. So I think I will leave the replacement in. Ah, bummer. I want to replace the socket. This. There might be a problem with the brand new socket I installed, and that's kind of. I don't think we're going to be anywhere close to me replacing all the chips. But anyways, there's a problem with that socket or the solder joints to it. Some of the pins came out when I removed the chip, so I'm going to have to replace that socket. So that will be a next stream activity. All right, so I'm at least going to. I will have to leave myself a note. Something up with that socket. Yeah, the brand new one I just installed. So, anyways, well, we're closer. I'm not convinced it's the character ROM, or if it because it seems like there's an address line issue. I'm kind of thinking there's probably going to be possibly another chip on that address line if I really look. It'd be the 4066. I mean, the basic prompt was more readable, but the computer's still not usable in its current state. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the schematics and see if I see anywhere else where. Yeah, chip UC6. I believe. I believe UC6 may have those address lines on them. But I'm not sure. I don't know what the difference between. Oh, no. Nope. Okay. Yeah, UC6 has those address lines on it. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, looking at the schematic, I think I do see there is an address line on UC6, which is another 138. I guess next time I will. Yeah, because I'm starting to get tired. Otherwise, I probably would just do it. Sloopy says, sorry, I am late. Can you start over? I'm almost tempted to try one more chip replacement. Oh, yeah, Sloopy, I tried making one of those 23XX adapters. One of these. Um, the instructions for assembling them leave something to be desired. Try one more chip replacement. Yeah. The assembly problem I had is I do not know how in the world you put the is it the socket in before the pins or the pins in before the socket like the instructions say? I had to do it in the reverse order. Takes a bit. Yeah, I had trouble figuring out how in the world you put the Yeah, I think it said to put the pins in and then the socket, but there was like no way I could put the socket in first. The jumpers were easy. That was the easy part. The hard part was actually assembling um the pins in the socket because you one blocks the other. All right, we're gonna do another chip replacement here. Uh, yeah, I guess I haven't mastered that secret to assembly yet. All right, I'm going to also remove this one socket that I just installed because something's wrong with it. That should be the socket. All right, there's that socket out. Yeah, it looks like I pushed a couple of the. You kind of see where they're. I pushed a couple of the pins out of place while I installed it. Apparently, all right. Well, so this is that other chip that I think could be the culprit. Because sometimes my secret for things like that is ordering them assembled. Although for the VIC-20, I think there's a simpler adapter for the character ROM if I do find that the character ROM is the problem, which doesn't stack up quite as high. But it's like for the character ROM only. It won't work to convert any other chip. All right, let's see if I'm presuming that the Commodore 64 replaced a lot of these logic chips for the addressing with the PLA chip. Because I think that's what some of these chips I'm here are doing, are basically the select logic for various things. Although I have to say, if I get to the point where I've removed about everything that you can remove that's on the address bus, I may have to start suspecting RAM as the problem. Quite honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the RAM chip had failed. I mean, granted, there's static RAMs. And I've heard they're somewhat reliable, but I mean, all it would have taken would be enough of a static discharge or something. All right. Let's see. That 138 I just removed. Would help if I type correct spot. And it tests fine. Wonderful. All right. Well, all right. Let me see if I can find those sockets again. No, I'm not sure the VIC chip is good. However, I don't have a VIC chip. But the thing is, though, I've found anomalies with the oscilloscope that lead me to believe that even if there is a problem with the VIC chip, there's problems elsewhere too. I have one VIC-20. And I have no spares of the proprietary Commodore chips that go on it, on the board. The VIC-20 works by anomalies. Yeah, sometimes I've often wondered how in the world these old chips even ever worked in the first place. Loopy has 4 VIC-20s, 2 have bad VIC chips, 1 has all ICs blown. I'm not going to ask. And 1 works. Okay, there we go. Two new sockets. Yeah, I presume the reason why these VIC chips are so fragile is the same reason that was befalling all early MOS technology chips. And probably because they run hot, so they probably degrade quicker. All right. All right. Let's see here. So there's that 138. Let's see. And we're going to Okay, there we go. Two 138s. Are there any more 138s? Yes. Okay. Power. We got video. And oh, and that actually appears to have made it worse. How do you know? Oh, then why am I seeing problems on the address lines? Or is the VIC-20 causing them? Well, if I got a bad VIC chip, then A, I wish you were here sooner to have saved me trouble, and B, why does it look like bad other chips all along? Where's the other chip I was looking for? And what about the Vic looks bad? Is it just the garbage characters, or is it the... I'm trying to learn because it's going to be an expensive problem to fix. Well, then I'm probably going to have to change my eBay regret score on this VIC-20 to complete regret. Because a working VIC-20 probably will cost as much as I paid for the entire VIC-20. Or a working VIC chip will quite possibly cost as much as I paid for the entire VIC-20. And I'm looking for a chip I set down. All right, I'll because I've had another invitation to. I've had several people offer me hardware to loan. The rare expensive chip on the board. Yeah, I'll probably take you up on the loan offer because that's about the only way I'll know for sure. I don't know what I did with the chip I'm looking for. All right. Anyways, yep, it looks like I have the only thing that's on those address lines that I haven't been able to change is the VIC chip itself. I'm still not excluding the fact that one of the ROMs is bad, but yeah, I have no spare VIC chip. But anyway, so yeah, that's where I'm gonna have to leave off on the VIC because it it's beginning to look a lot like the VIC chip. Oh, I think I found the chip I was looking for. Anyways, I might as well go ahead and put these chips back in the board so I don't lose them. And I'll there it was. All right. Which of these two chips is... That's okay. I'm gonna put this 138 back in the board because I don't think it had anything to do with the failure. Okay. So, I've got the VIC-20 put back together enough that I can... I'm going to put my good chips back in their tubes, so at least I have them next time. All right. So, in fact, I might as well just go ahead and put the '74 series logic chips back in the board, because I don't think they were the problem either. I can always swap them back out again. There we go. All right. Those are my... All right. So, there's that one and that one. So, okay. There we go. Got all my logic chips. There we go. Put back away. All right. So, I think one of the... Oh, wait. That's not the one. Oops. I put the wrong one back in the tube. Because I think one of the 74 LS138s was potentially bad. The chip kind of looked a little bit baked. I'll hold on to it. So, I mean, I'll hold on to it. But I kind of suspect it because it kind of looked half baked. The other one I think was totally fine. The two 245 chips that were originally on the board are back, so that I'll continue testing with those. Now, of course, the one that I removed that had the pin cut off by the previous owner in their hack job mod or fix or whatever they were trying to do, well, it's going in the sus chip bag because I opted not to restore their bodge to the board, but my own, that's probably more reliable than theirs. That's why there's the red wire on the bottom. So, okay, Sloopy says, just remember, I am not saying only the VIC is bad. I am saying the VIC is probably bad also. All right, I will keep that in mind. But in order to rule that out, I will have to borrow a known working VIC. So I will get you my address, and that will probably be the quickest VIC to be able to try and rule that out. But yeah, if the VIC is bad in this VIC-20, then yeah, that's sad. Of course, if these VICs are failing at the rate I'm starting to think they might be, I don't know if I could recommend buying a VIC-20 for your first vintage computer, because I'm not sure you would have a very good experience if the VIC chips are failing at the rate they might be. But anyways, well, don't forget to smash that like button if you like how I try to get these old machines working, even when they try my patience. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so that... Oh, Sloopy can loan me his working VIC-20 mainboard. Okay, yeah, progress. Not the progress I wanted. I wanted a working VIC-20. But I guess that's the progress I needed. Yeah, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications, because the VIC-20 will be back on the bench at some point. I can't guarantee how soon. but it will be back on the bench at some point. Maybe the next stream will be a breakthrough. Well, hopefully so. All right. I am not streaming Thursday because it is Independence Day in the US, and I probably will go do something if the weather's good. And if the weather's bad, I'll just take the night off and enjoy it. So I'm not going to stream Thursday. So next week, Tuesday will be my next stream. I'll have to think of what to work on. I don't know if it'll be the VIC-20 that soon. Maybe we might go back to the Apple II clone board because I think there's progress to be made there. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe now that I got Claris sorted out, maybe I might bring Computer back on the bench. That could be a fun one. Anyways, I'll try to figure out what to work on next. I mean, if I've got what I need to possibly be able to test the VIC-20 sooner, then by all means, I will. So anyways, I think that's where I'm going to wrap the stream. I am feeling tired. So anyways, I'd like to thank all of you all for joining me. Even if this VIC-20 tried my patience, I'll get it working sometime. Anyways, yes, thanks for joining. Thanks for being cool in the chat. And hope to see you here next time. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.